record this for YouTube. If I enjoy the game, I can upload it there for people that miss it. Alright, let's begin. New game. Select archetyped. Thinker. Extremely intelligent. This should be my archetype in my opinion already. Very bad with people. Yep, that's me. Knows interesting facts, comes up with original ideas. Yep. Plus encyclopedia. Alright, what's the stats? Your capacity to reason. Logic, Psy, your power to introduce yourself, to influence yourself and others. Suggestion, volition. Physique, how well your body is built. And motorics, how well you move your body. Okay. Sensitive, very psychological, a magnetic personality but unstable. Might begin to lose his mind. I don't think I'm that. Physical, extremely physical, interacts with the world through his body. Get things done, but dumb as a rock. Or create your own archetype. Well, I don't know how stats work at the moment, but I think I don't think I have that good on motorics, honestly. Motorics. I don't think I'm that speedful. Brad Pitt physique. Alright, we're gonna go... My mouse doesn't work here. Wait, how do I... We're gonna go 5 intellect. Because we already have that from playing Heroes of the Storm on Grandmaster level. Then... We're gonna... I think my motor skills are on 1. I don't think I'm very flexible in general. Physique. I think our Balkan physique is at the moment at 3. Because we're not yet in peak condition. And we're gonna go 3 in psyche as well. Intelligently emotional, average. Fantastic. I think I like these stats here. Now, we get to choose some extra, like, trait. Logic would be fantastic. Wield raw intellectual power. Deduce the world. That sounds perfect already. What else do we have? Encyclopedia. Call upon all your knowledge, produce fascinating trivia. Rhetoric. Practice the art of persuasion. Enjoy rigorous intellectual discourse. That sounds pretty decent as well. Drama. Play the actor. Lie and detect lies. Sounds very unrighteous to me. Conceptualization. Understand creativity. See art in the world. Visual calculus. Reconstruct crime scenes. Make walls of physics work for the wall. I do wanna go logic. But let me read the others as well. Volition. I don't know what that word means. Hold yourself together. Keep your morale up. Inwan empire. Hunches and gut feelings. Dreams in waking life. Gut feeling, you say. Empathy. Understand others. Work your mirror neurons. Authority. Intimidate the public. Assert yourself. Esprit de cop. Connect to station. Understand cop culture. Charm men and women. Play a puppet master. Oh boy. Endurance. Take the balls. Don't let the world kill you. Pain threshold. Shrug off the pain. Physical instrument. Flex powerful muscles. Electrochemistry. Go to party planet, love and be loved by drugs. Shivers. Raise the hair on your neck, tune into the city. Half light. Let the body take control, threaten people. Hand-eye coordination. Perception. Reaction speed. Savoir faire. Sneak under their noses. Sneak. Interfacing. Master machines, pick walks. Or straighten your back, keep your poker face. I'm going with logic, guys. That gives me a total intellect of 6 now. Hell yeah. Let's begin. The Furies are at home in the mirror. It is their address. And I couldn't read the rest.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness.
The void?
Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
Yo. Grim, thank for the sub, man. No, that wasn't me. I'm not voice acting. Ancient reptilian brain. There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscience ferments in it. No longer than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore. Oh wait, that's the text that was just voice acted. Question is, can we pull subtitles? I cannot escape at the moment.
Ever. Never, ever.
Oh, here is my first choice. Never ever ever, or simply keep on non-existing. No. When we play single player games, no alerts to take away from our attention. I'm gonna go with ever ever.
Never, ever, ever, baby.
Wait, does it? That guy sounded like... What's this guy name from... You know, Shagadelic, baby. What was the name? You know, the evil guy in that movie was Mr. Evil, Dr. Evil. But what was the main actor name? Main hero. Man, are you gonna really Google me? No one knows that? Austin Powers. He sounds like Austin Powers here.
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
So I don't need to give you guys subtitles. There's already the text here. Alright, so... Yeah, what's up with this X thing?
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful, a ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
So are those like my organs talking to me or something?
Ex-love, ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you've suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone.
I'm so confused, man. They're using some terms, but I don't know how it all makes sense at the moment. Alonzi. Sure.
Do you really?
Let me off.
You wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you not sense yourself marinating? Poured so much on yourself, got a bit carried away, did we, Chef?
Yes, chef. No, chef.
Fear and apprehension. You should ask what's out there first.
What's that? In one empire. Easy success 8 versus my total 9. I'm not sure what that did, but I did this to myself. Tell me what's waiting for me. I don't care. I'm an idiot. I did something to myself, bludgeoned myself or something. Let's get to know more about it.
Yes, your one disco mother.
What the fuck? I don't know what that means.
There's this giant ball there. An evil apes. And the evil apes are juking it out on the ball. You're one of them.
So basically Earth.
It's basically all just evil apes juking it out on a giant ball. You can't even make out it's a ball when you're juking it out. It's that large. Infinitesimally small. Vying for resources is just a stupid expression you picked up somewhere. The part of the presentation you want to take home with you is this. You have to beat the other evil apes in the face, or you lose.
If there are unrighteous people there, I need to take care of them. Meaning of life, boys. Let's get it.
Somewhere in the sore, bloated man meat around you. A sensation. Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
But neither of those two answers make too much sense to me that I would prefer to take. I guess the first one?
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache.
Who am I?
A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call from hell.
Somehow, you know what it is. A Caprice Canadian motor carriage.
What? How am I getting these stats, man? Somehow you know what it is. A Caprice Kinema motor carriage. What? Am I getting like tested on different answers to see what type of a person I am to gain different stuff or something? I don't know, man. I was starting on the floor naked. Oh boy. Any gacha enjoyers in the chat? Let's put some pants here.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants.
Jingo in my pants.
It says whirling in rags on the aluminium key ring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
That's good and all, but... Inventory. There's a lot of stats here that we don't understand at the moment. But nice to see some RPG elements here. So what happened with Encyclopedia earlier? Nothing, I think. Alright. I can move with the keyboard as well.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades.
Yeah, somehow. So depending on different skill sets that I'm good, I can try for different choices and I need to roll some dice. That's cool. Some D&D elements. This is a white check, you may retry it. Sure.
You reach out to grab the tie, but what's this? Diffuse, radiating chest pain. Doom comes over you.
Uh-oh.
This is bad. Feels like sharp stones grinding in your chest and keeping you from moving.
How did that happen? Just got a random chest pain?
For quite a long time. Still ongoing. Now is a good time to start worrying. Finally, the pressure recedes. You find yourself covered in cold sweat and trying not to move, hoping it will keep you from dying.
Well, was I getting a heart attack or something? What's going on?
A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain. The lights are off. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now.
Okay. I have a better chance now that I pull the fan somehow to grab the tie.
You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade.
Wait a second. So... medium. Uh-huh. Okay.
What you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie, with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose.
Oh, I just got put the tie. Gives me some stats. Alright. I'll take it. Highlight. That's cool. Gives me interactable objects like that. New jacket? Or old jacket? Ay. This magnum-sized bottle of Commodore Red is empty. Okay. Looks like someone tore out the tape while the song was playing. The reel-to-reel tape player is still on. Rolling empty. Green shoe, left foot. What the fuck? Do I have a right foot sword? Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't have any stats. Guess it's just like a transmog option. Let's go in here. The band. You see bottles in the bathtub, wine, beer, and sweet liquors. shirt.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off.
Masculine energy.
Was this not the same Elo that founds empires and lays waste to cities? Virile, uncaring towards the little things?
Where did this conceptualization check came through though? Does that mean that depending on the stats I chose at the start of the game, I could get different interactable choices or something?
Probably not, no. Hot water sprays from the faucet's base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just a vague impression of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Okay, wipe the mirror.
As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Why? I don't care. Maybe I should touch it first, make sure there is nothing wrong with my face. I'll just do it, man.
Behold.
Okay. Nothing wrong with that.
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
Late stage alcoholic, judging by the bolos.
Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Oh wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why? Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
No.
You can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face, and now it won't come off.
Am I an alien in a human body? What's going on here, man?
What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
I don't know what superstardom means. Suggestive, possibly. I'm insinuating that I'm vaguely sympathetic. Pulling it off too in a sad has-been kind of way. There is some charm to him. His expression of pain. I think it's the last one, honestly.
You are correct.
Okay, what is this? Dig deep into your mind to locate the source of the expression, which I have a good chance of because of my encyclopedia, or attempt to stop the expression from happening. Let the mirror be for now. I'll try this.
It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species.
I don't know what a free market economy is.
Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume la Million.
I have no idea what's going on here.
If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
So is that me? Guillaume? Guillaume? I adopted it. I feel the need to add a clicking sound when I make it. How long ago was the new? Anything else like who I am? Why did I drink myself into oblivion? I would like to know about that. Hello Rosasha, we just started a new game, Disco Elysium. I'm still in the start. It's a bit weird at the moment. I'm trying to make sense of it all.
You have some understanding of the near history of disco. The rest is darkness. Aside from the useless fact that the motor carriage outside was a caprice Kanema.
I have no reason to be streaming World of Warcraft, it's just farming. At the moment. Maybe when the new raid comes out. You understand disco? Yeah, yeah. So I adopted it. I feel the need to add. No? How long ago was the new?
Some 20 odd years. There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
Yeah, but what does this expression have to do with anything? This is just me looking in the mirror. What does this expression has to do with humanity? Or current times or anything like that? I'm so confused about it.
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains. The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume Le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head. It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
Okay, so did I learn something? Guillaume Le Million. Head in the clouds. Wait, what? Temporary research bonus -1 logic. Research time 4 hours. Whatever happened to Guillaume Le Million, who, with his amber mane and sparkling teeth, beguiled the tattered remains of the nation, while suffered, did he dematerialize in a cloud of cocaine dust? Or did he simply stand in the corner and melt into the slendering new lines of some starlit I don't know how to speak French, man. Beautier de nuit 20 years ago. Spare a thought for his great ass too. Or wait, maybe he became a police officer in Revachol West. What is this though? Internalize? What's this? Is it like a skill tree or something? I'm researching this thought or something. It does give me -1 logic, which I don't want. I think. I don't know. I'm not gonna do anything for the moment. Maybe the game is gonna give me some tips. Didn't I have a key? Key to room number 1. I guess that's not the room. Alright, let's go in the other direction. Hey, not fun. Are you having fun? Okay, so we're in like some type of a hotel room maybe. And we can Jelinka minus 44 degrees. Centigrade snowstorm.
Hello, officer.
March. The year is 51.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
Miss Oranier, disco dancer. Classier?
A silver jumpsuit falls off her like scale armor, sparkling. This is the sparkle of too many nights out on the city.
So, conceptualization is like my passive skill to determine some things on a first glance. And since I rolled a random dice, I did get some extra information, I guess. Officer, am I a military personnel? Because I have no idea what I am, so let's talk to her. Maybe she knows more about me.
No.
She seems perplexed by your question. Then why did you call me an officer?
Because you're a police officer, sir.
Well, military personnel, I said. Okay.
I am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time. You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Not good.
You have no doubt about the drinking. But do you strike yourself as a tight-lipped drunk? She must have heard something.
That makes sense. I might not know where I am or who am I, or what a Kupri kinema is. How I know what one sounds like. Why don't I remember being a cop or anything else? Who in their right mind would let me be an officer of the law? Suggestion. Try the expression on her. Let her know you want her physically. No thank you. First. No. Why don't I remember being a cop?
Could it be because of the drinking?
No, I don't want to seduce any woman that is just gonna flash me with just physical attractiveness. I'm only gonna get physical with a woman if I sense good intellectual power from her.
She nods.
I might not know where I am or who I am or what how I know one won't sound like. Why did she nod it to that? Just a passive nod? But I do know when someone's not telling me the whole story. What am I doing here? What's my case?
There's a mercenary out back. He's been hanged. The body has been there for a week now. The locals probably got tired of it and called the cops. I didn't mean to overwhelm you with information. You seem a bit lost, officer.
I'm gonna accept my fate as an officer and I'm just gonna get going.
Of course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
Okay, dude.
Goodbye.
Light. Okay, if Rosasha was here, he would already followed her through that door, but not me. Well, looks like she left a nice long stub in the ashtray. Still smoking. I do have an option on this green room, but I'm not gonna take it. Trompelium. Newspaper. Trompelium on the. Good one, man. Put points into endurance if you're low on health. Good to know. Some nice colors in this game. Looks like a painting, but from those paintings that you do in school. You know, with that type of paint. Acrylic, I think? Karaoke mic. The speaker is connected to the radio. This music is seasoned with static.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
My soul is immense. My soul is modest. My soul is puny. My soul's cubic content is obscured by the hangover. Modest.
Exactly. It's measured, level-headed, and it needs to be heard through a PA system by other people.
I don't know. I don't feel like singing, man. Is my brain talking to me? Water cooler. Nosa Fet? What is that? Nosa Fet. I think that was a consumable. Maybe something to drink. I have no idea what that word means. The menu has been wiped clean. Only the word Monday is written on it. A one hand wrote yesterday's menu. Today starts in a man's handwriting. What does that have to do with anything, though? You, sir.
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again.
Garte, the cafeteria manager.
That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he's purposely ignoring you.
Disdain means like disgust, in a way? Something tells me you don't like me?
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop.
I don't know. Doesn't sound very genuine.
Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this?
That sounds very possible. You're being sarcastic.
Am I? Or did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash my hostel room?
Oh my god, I did all these things?
No, you see, actually, you didn't. You haven't done anything even remotely useful since you got here. No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here.
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it.
Okay.
Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall. This is the Great Skua. The seabird is the symbol for the discovery of the Insulindian Isola, the part of the world you are in right now.
Insulindian Isola. Okay, dude.
Something about it makes you feel bitter.
What happened? Can I help you with that? That's the Great Skua, right? I'm gonna use my intellect and give this answer.
Look, your buddy is over there.
There is a man there with a jacket.
Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager. I have 3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in. She just, you know,
His eyes dart from left to right. This man isn't lying, but he is hiding something.
So now you're a cop. Oh, forget it.
This guy is already suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. What is that thing? Can I click it? There is something green there, but doesn't seem like I can go there at the moment. A sign reads mess hall reserved for union members. Door opens at 4. Royal pinball machine.
Hello, sweetie.
Lena, the cryptozoologist's wife. Cryptozoologist?
You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
Okay, so this guy is like a partner to me, possibly. Before we get to him. Bottle of rum has been knocked over. Sleeping dock worker. A man is sleeping at the table wearing mud-caked boots and rolled down overalls. The back of his shirt reads Wild Pines. Encircled by a logo with a tree.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Wake him up. Or pick up the pills. Wow, I'm an officer, so I shouldn't be stealing, in my opinion. But by picking up the pills, does that mean I'm taking them, or am I just inspecting them? I think I'm not gonna choose either. Confiscate? Oh, that's actually very well.
The worker is in a
That's
deep
actually
slumber.
very well said, Vertia. Maybe I should.
Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came from, into the primordial darkness.
Wait, what? Did I just get a new row because I clicked on him again?
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
I'll pick up the pills.
The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
What do you mean he doesn't mind?
Just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
My mana is morale. Can I return his pills though? Doesn't seem I have anything in my inventory here that looks like pills. How am I supposed to heal anything if I don't know where I have it? I'm a little bit confused here, my good sir. Well, I don't know how to do it, so I guess we're just gonna go with it.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You.
Kim Kitsuragi. Looks like a zombie scientist to me.
As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
So my cop training is telling me that this guy is definitely my partner, that he would give his life away. Who is he to me?
He is your half-brother.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
Invent a name yourself. Sure.
Concentration makes you squint your eyes. Your name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath. You're 2 steps closer to it, but there are still many to go.
I don't really know my name.
Okay then.
And disregard it?
It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
You mean him, the cafeteria manager?
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right?
Okay.
It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
Yes. I'm a policeman. What interviews?
At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest, and then just skim the surface. Prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't do that? Maybe it's not an inter-district practice.
I haven't?
Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
From what the cafeteria man told me, I did do that.
Completely. Does that mean you took the body down from the tree?
Yes, but there is no other yes answer. What do you mean? Yeah.
Does that mean the body is no longer in the tree?
What?
Mm-hmm. So, the body is still in the tree.
No, I took it down. And was I not paying attention to what the cafeteria man told me? I put the body down, I did something, and then I trashed my hotel room. Am I not paying attention, man?
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
But it shouldn't be in the tree, man.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
I can't remember anything. What were we supposed to do again? I can't remember anything.
I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse. If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern.
Alright, let's go in.
After you, officer.
If you're about to embark on an investigation, shouldn't you have a badge?
You mean you don't have a badge?
It was on me when I woke up.
Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I advise you to try to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
Okay. Interview cafeteria manager of the whirlwind in rags. Might know something about the murder that happened. Inspect the body hanging in the backyard of the shop or whatever, at the cafeteria. This is a preliminary inspection. You just need to suppress the urge to throw up and approach it. Report missing badge. Okay.
Yes?
Tell me about the case. I think you should know what I can remember. Can't remember. Yeah, I think you should know that I can't remember anything.
No response. He just arches his brow. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
I feel like I must repeat this. I don't remember anything. There was a heavy drinking involved.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
Okay, dude.
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice.
Yeah.
Like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
So what should I concentrate on? But I'm completely lacking in basic information about even this organization we're in. Can you help me?
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation.
Alright, now we're talking.
Focus on other people's troubles, not your own. That is a relief.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Alright, give me 1 minute.
What do you want to know?
Would you say this is a mysterious case if we're from different precincts? Why are we on the same case?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition. You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. That's good.
You know what? I'm on a amnesia.
Better still than an imbecile cop-off. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim.
Seems relevant.
Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit.
Mercenary is being hanged.
Then you are not that far behind, actually. Do you want me to brief you?
Yes.
3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate.
Wait a second. Security guard who was found hanged. And an anonymous caller said there was a dead body. Are those things the same thing?
During that time, The victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute. A security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
I don't know what a hearsay exactly is, but I've heard it used often in walls, in courts.
To find him or her is one of our tasks here. For now, all we know is that the tone was muffled, using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
And the RCM is?
That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizen Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within a legal twilight, yet its authority is rarely questioned. It's super useful to know this.
What does operates within a legal twilight mean?
That's right.
Wait, what? Oh, this is like an extra objective about the RCM that I got added, I think. Ask him to tell me about the case is a secret task that I completed for 10 experience. Okay. I don't think I need to ask anything more.
Good.
Alright. Let us begin. Start the investigation by investigating the bartender, the cafeteria manager.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
He responds starsele. Is that like unmotivated?
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
The Harbinger of Ruin. What is golden orange? Like a forest fire, but smells like liquor. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that, I guess. When I was thinking about the name, so...
Are you kidding me?
Help me out, what? Kim is about to say something, let him.
Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
Oh. Misdirection to try to get to the truth?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
He walks behind a pile, finds a slip of paper and hands it to the lieutenant.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
Call Sylvie using Kim's shortwave to ask whether she made his call. The call.
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective,
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions.
Okay. I got this.
His face expresses profound doubt in your having this. Ask him about the body's location before asking if he killed him. People give up information in the more innocuous questions, which you can later use in the more sinister ones, not vice versa.
That makes a lot of sense. Where exactly is the body?
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
And how do we get there?
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Why did Sylvie go away?
Haven't you asked me that already? What is it with you and this woman? She has nothing to do with this.
No, before I ask where, now I'm asking why.
Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
I feel you, man. Girls leave me also when I ask for their number.
thank you.
He opens his little notebook in the cover. The number is safely tucked away in a small pocket. Mystery solved didn't go well.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching.
This stuff gets on my nerves. I'm a feminist. I guess I like to be thorough. Everything has something to do with everything. I don't know, I just went for it. You're right, I probably. Everything has something to do with everything.
Good for you. Was there something else? I'd like to get back to what I was doing.
Who's the killer?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
This is it. He said they hoisted him up on a tree. Who is this they, if he doesn't know?
Ooh, I didn't even pay attention on that. But thankfully my inner brain paid attention. What did you mean by they?
Oh, people are saying it was the union dock workers, that it was a lynching.
Who exactly saying that?
The locals, the customers, the people who eat here, a lot of dock workers eat here. Sylvie told me everyone knows the dock workers did it.
Did the debarders themselves tell her this, or is it a rumor?
Debardois? What are those?
I don't really know. You'll have to ask her. I would suppose it's because they have nothing better to do.
You mean the strike?
Yes, the strike. The man they hanged was a security guard for the harbor company, I hear. A mercenary. The unionistas probably thought they'd send a message.
Okay.
What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
Yeah, that's all the questions we can have went through.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
What's real?
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
He pronounces the R with a mock aristocratic accent.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you owe him some money.
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right, money. You owe this establishment 130 real.
Okay. You're under arrest? What the fuck? What do I owe this place for? I don't like any of those three answers. What the fuck? Let's try the first one.
Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the window was the first thing I saw when I came to work. So don't try to tell me you didn't. That will be 40 real in damages.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60 plus 40 plus 30 equals 130 real. And yes, real is still money.
Okay.
What are you, a philosopher?
Since I woke up.
Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room or 8 bottles of potent blend and 9 packs of Royal Extra. We use it for everything, really.
Where did I get it from?
Are you serious? From your work? I don't know. You can take bribes, I guess. I'm sorry. I don't think cops can take bribes.
Some do take recompense, but only to survive.
What if I don't have any?
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomber.
Bomber? Is that like his clothing?
That's Cop 4. I haven't offered to pay because I don't have any money either.
The shuffle of nylon to look for something in his pockets is the cop for I haven't offered to pay because I don't have any money. But that's pretty straightforward already. What happens now?
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
Officer, maybe you're better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
Isn't there somewhere else I can stay around here? I don't have a home. I don't remember where my home is. Fuck this place. I'll take my chances on the street. I don't remember where my home is.
Officer, you really need to take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car. Call them, ask for assistance. We have to get this investigation started now.
Good luck.
Okay, dude. So I guess gonna have to pay this guy later.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. You don't really know, do you?
I only have a vague blackened image.
A vague, blackened image doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Could I trace the way back somehow? To the exact street, the exact number of building?
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Okay. Want some long way home. Factual memory returns. Research 6 hours. Let's rewind. Let's trace your drunken state back home. Jump across the race channel bridge southwest of here. Fall over, get up, get off the asphalt. In 20 minutes, shuffle your feet through courtyard, scaring little children. Go under the great raised motor track. The 881 until you reach Le Domain imminent in North Jamrock. The streets are frozen this time of year, caked with ice. Walk down Main to Perdition. There's a side alley there and your footprints in the mud. This sounds like something I would potentially want to learn more about, I guess. I'll let that marinate, I guess. However that might work. And let's go through this door. It's actually the other door, but I want to check this one as well. Door is bolted, a sign. Kitchen reserved for personnel until 1. Alright. Closed. Oh, maybe it's the other door? Uh-huh. What's that?
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
What? What does that have to do with anything? What does the rum stain have to do with how much I've been up for? I did get up at 8 o'clock, around that, so an hour.
Sweet Lord, a whole hour. And you haven't thought about rum and lemonade in all that time? You've truly extinguished all trace of yourself.
Actually, looks like drinking hasn't turned out well for me.
Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? Get a goddamn rum and lemonade to yourself, boy. Or better yet, lick
What?
the stain off the counter.
Fuck that.
What happened, man? You used to be cool. Go get your boring normal person drink then.
Yeah, I like water. Joker.
Get your drink on and your act together.
What the fuck? I don't want to complete this task. My hangover feels bad, so you have to take the edge off. And equip a bottle of thingy. No, I'm not doing that. Hello. A heap of snow melts in this wheelbarrow. Can I click on that circle there? Doesn't seem like it. Alright.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
A young woman walks up to you, the gardener. You sound surprised. I have some questions. You sound surprised.
We don't see a lot of police around here. That's all.
I have some questions for you.
Of course. What can I help you with?
Who are you?
Me? I am just a gardener.
What are you doing here?
I am working.
On what?
I have a greenhouse in the yard there. I've been trying to get some work done.
But?
Well, as you probably know, there's a corpse hanging from a tree there. It smells pretty bad, so I have to take breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, miss. We are here to clean it up. You can get to work soon.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. My head is about to explode from all the salts I've had to inhale. Of course, I won't hold you back.
She wipes her brow with a canary yellow glove.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
Well, sure, but I mean, sure, I can ask her, I guess.
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
Oh, nice. Generous, kind girl. Interfacing. 1 + 1. That's nice. So what is this green circle that I cannot click? Huh. Fuck the police street sign. That's me. I don't know how you get to this door here. Good to keep in mind, I guess. Goods from the Wari Hafazardle. Jump jams. Music mag. Most able-bodied man.
Welcome to Rivachol.
A racist worried driver. Why are you addressing my partner like that? What is it? What's a Rivachol? Why are you addressing my partner like that? But he didn't sound weird about it, but I'll ask.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Okay. You're undermining our best shot at a real self-determination. Stop ripping into the guy, he's just really proud of being Revacholian. Limbo. What is this thing about limbo?
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave.
I didn't think he said that.
But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
What?
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Fucking Akim, I've got your back. Give the lieutenant a punch on the shoulder. I think we all learned something here. Smile at the worry man. Now that that's settled, we have a couple of questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
He waits impatiently, cigarette smoldering between his fingers. What was that argument all about?
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all.
You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Get someone has to be the unpopular guy. Okay, so you're just a racist. To be honest, I can't really remember what that means.
People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
So, white people he's talking about. Okay, what else have you thought up? I can really tell you're a prime example of superior design. Right, I've already made up my mind. Wanna hear it? What else have you thought up?
So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority. They stop competing for resources.
I don't know what Occidentals mean. What's the problem with that?
The problem? The damn kips are showing a real good game lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other intruders species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
Cultural victory? What is this then?
What's this cultural victory?
It's what the kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chansons lately? Heard any mojitos or leader? No. Dominating culture is how they plan to win. They say so themselves. It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Don't push your luck, runt. Looking for something, Runt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Yes.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation. The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so. Apples?
Apples. It's exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Really? I'll just ask apples with a question mark.
Yeah, apples? I take it you had other questions?
Can I start again with this?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to the strike. Apples.
Apples. It's exactly the...
Look, as detective. I come from a long line of men. We got ancient rights and privileges.
He loses his patience for explaining it.
Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular Koiko picked apples.
Koiko may be another derogative. For a person from Grad, you think?
I don't know what grad means, but... Okay. Grad?
Yep, it's one of their main exports. They grow him down South Yekokata. A beautiful place. Got great scenic vistas.
In fact, Yekokata is a desolate wasteland whose name literally translates to Zone of Ecological Catastrophe. It features no scenic vistas and supports virtually no plant or animal life.
Yokokata is not in the south and they definitely don't grow apples there. You keep saying koikos. First thing, they don't grow apples there.
Yeah? Says who?
It's literally in the name.
Then, I guess they grow apples somewhere else. You can never really tell with those koikos. They're everywhere, except their own homes.
What does that mean?
He means the people living in...
Yeah, you know, Gradniks, Gradvolk, those degenerates from Grad. Cause that's what they're all called. Koiko Pichik, Loslav Koiko, Koikovic someone.
Koikovic.
Low self-esteem, those guys have. Mind you, they look occidental, but they're not really like us.
Is this guy racist towards Slav people? Cause those sounds like a little bit like Polish names. Or like Czech.
Hey, if the name and description fit by the very grace of nature, who am I to say otherwise?
See those apples.
Did you miss the part where I said they aren't here yet? Besides, even if I did have some, I wouldn't go putting my nose in them, huh?
He looks at you with a strange glint in his eyes. Is that like a threat? As I'm putting my nose in the apples?
Relax. You've got all you can get here. He probably doesn't even know what he's hauling, even if it is something unsavory. So he'd remain unaccountable.
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our privileges.
You say something about the rights and privileges of warriormen. What's a carter?
Someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how deep into history our thing reaches. Before machines.
And that's a privilege?
Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient. Very prestigious.
So you're in a carter's guild?
Goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit. But when they try to replace us, they'll regret it. Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck them right up the ass. Mark my words. Generations of practice and no laughing matter.
Okay, so this guy is very suspicious, but not about the murder. He's shady about his deliveries he's doing. That I cannot connect to the murder at all at the moment. I can take something from the trash. More magnesium. Little shop here. Sure, let's investigate. Is it a flower shop? Yellow roses. Tulips.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
I don't know what a tear machine is. What is this machine?
Oh, that's the tear machine.
But... Frite clerk.
It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put it in the machine, then it gives you money.
That's nice. Way to get some money by cleaning the world. How do I pick up tear for the tear machine?
You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so... Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there. Somewhere.
Sounds like a way to make money. Good. Melancholy pop song plays on the radio.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Dramamine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
What do those products do? Who is Saint Baptiste? I could potentially buy stuff here. Health and morale.
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Dramamine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is...
What is it?
I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising.
I could use that.
No, sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything.
Nosafed heals +1 health. Dramamine heals +3 health.
Yeah.
Magnesium.
St. Baptiste, you know, the pharmaceuticals company. St. Baptiste Pharmaceuticals, the one that sells meds out of St. Baptiste. That one.
Uh-huh.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost anyone knows, at least.
Okay.
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
Yeah, this is not a good place for a recovering addict, such as myself.
Guess not, no.
She looks at the wall of goods behind her and adjusts her hand.
Good thing you're an unrecovering alcoholic then.
No, I'm not.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know that.
Know this. You will never finish your alcohol quest if you don't buy beautiful alcohol.
I'm not gonna complete this alcohol quest ever. He's selling alcohol, physique, morale. But I'm leaving from that. Alright, woman.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
Okay, so the different voices that are talking to me is not just my brain, it's different senses of my brain and that are being voice acted. So my being able to pick up stuff with my vision that's what this voice is at the moment. What is this, Frit? What magazines are you reading? What is this, Frit?
I don't know. Frit?
And what is?
A 7 to 11 grocery store.
Why is it written with 3 T's?
I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
Why is she chewing her gum with disgust though?
The story goes that normal Fritta, with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when Fritta Retail Inc. grew into a multinational corporation, they had to add an extra letter to avoid trademark infringement.
What magazine are you reading?
You mean this?
2 girls kissing on the cover.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
I approve of this very futuristic tap on the girls kissing. Stupid famous people. I'm not even interested in that magazine. I don't know why I asked about it. Yep.
Yeah, me neither.
Let us proceed.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but
Can you tell me anything about this dead body situation?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so
Did you know the man who died?
not really.
Does it mean you knew him a little?
No. I didn't know him at all.
How long has it been there?
I don't know, really long.
What do you think happened?
I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay. Uh-huh.
She brushes a strand of her hair off her face and tries to return to her magazine. So she is playing like a shy girl. But maybe she's just a shy girl. Shy, doesn't know anything, possibly introverted. I don't know if that information is gonna be important to me, but definitely a potential righteous queen. Oh, there's the hangman. Before I go there, let me check the other side of the street. If I missed something. Yes, I did miss some stuff here. This woman. Or man?
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
Tommy Lehome. The man mutters to himself.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
Keep listening.
From another planet. Hey there.
I'm a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler from another planet. What's going on here?
It's the jam, my man.
What's the jam?
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating. All around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
Limbo, huh? So that's where I am?
Yeah, exactly.
But I thought this was the Rochelle or something.
It's official. He too agrees. This is the antechamber of the afterlife.
I don't know about that. So how long have you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils. This man has a barely suppressed performative streak. Or he just likes unusual words. Or both.
I actually knew what mazout is. Can you imagine? When I would go to the sea, sometimes on people's legs, I don't remember happening to mine, but I think it happened to my mom once. There would get stuck a black patch, and they would tell me that they would tell me that was a mazout. Extravagantly praised, but I can roll with it.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need?
Tell me more about this strike.
It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
What's the union demanding?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like a strike negotiator type. They know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
Huh. Negotiator. Woman, was it? Or just a negotiator? What do you think the company wants?
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else I should know?
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
Of who?
Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
That sounds cool, man. I dig it.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one.
Nope. Know anything about a dead man, the one hanging behind the hostel there? What are you hauling anyway? Dead man.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
Okay, that's some information. Not the driver.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Mm-hmm. What busy?
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
Mm-hmm.
Ask for his conclusion.
And your conclusion?
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
What are you hauling anyway?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Is that sarcastic?
Relax. He's merely joking.
I thought so. What are you actually?
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately.
Tracksuits shipped to the Grad. To the Slavs. Ain't that something? So nothing illegal.
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road. This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion,
Camion!
and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6.
Camion is the Bulgarian word for a truck. Does that mean that camion is not a Bulgarian word? But maybe a French word? I need to Google that. What? Camion. I think it's a French word. Yeah. What the fuck? My language is half French. I mean, I've heard that we had some French influences in Bulgaria, but I don't know from where, because we say merci as well. No, I'm not French. That is a phone A6 you got there?
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
Can I get one of those suits?
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
I agree with that.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Nervous. Or maybe just musically in mood. I'm good, man.
Don't be a stranger.
Gives a salute with 2 fingers. Interesting.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. The Caprice Kinema motor carriage.
Okay.
In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Radio.
The frequency tableau lights up, and a green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Lieutenant.
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Come on, dispatch. Come in Delta 10. This is Far Walker, copy. Hi, Alice. This is the officer from the 41st.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Alice Demetri. Could you connect me to the 41st precinct? I have something I need to report. I need you to connect me to a civilian, Sylvie. I report my badge. I should have done that later, but fuck it. I'm already here. Your friend was not handcuffed inmate, but just likes orange and holds his hands behind his back all the time. Yeah, maybe he just likes to stand like that. My grandfather used to hold his hands like that, and he was a very stoic, patient man. So.
Just a second, officer.
Back pain? It is possible, yeah. He did used to start getting... He was a tall, my grandfather was pretty tall, 180 something. And he did start to bend at an older age.
10-2, 10-5, this is 41st, come in, over.
Juliet Pidieu.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas. The radio switchboard. The man uses relay code. You got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over.
Just reporting in, over.
10-18, state your message, sir.
I need to report my badge missing.
10-9, over.
My badge? I can't find it anywhere. Basically, it's gone.
10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain. Over.
Alright.
Is it him? What does he want?
Jean Vicumeri, the captain. I want to report my badge missing.
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
Say nothing.
Who lost his badge?
Chester McLean.
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
Mullen. Dick Mullen. That's my name. Hey, we learned something.
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name.
No?
It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge.
Huh? What does that have to do with me then?
Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
I don't need to defend myself. I barely have my memory up. Tell them to stop, this is serious. Haha, officer has lost his badge. Haha. Like I'm the first cop to ever misplace his badge. Can we just move on? I have to get it reported and be done with it. Yep. Cut the chase.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
New task, track down your badge. I'm just going to make a note here that you're in pursuit of your badge. Okay.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Mac Thorson.
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Could you all please just stop saying lost his badge for a moment? Enough with this now. I have other things to discuss.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
The animated conversation in the back is making it difficult for him to hear you.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun too.
Maybe I am. Could use one of these inner voices. Yeah, that's nice, because sometimes it allows you to, I wouldn't say overthink, but when you have like an inner monologue voice, maybe it allows you to visualize better something that maybe you're not vividly paying attention to. So that could be not bad, but maybe it could get annoying as well.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you?
It's not here.
Okay, it's gone. Your gun is most definitely gone.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
I don't want to convince them. Say nothing.
10-1, you're breaking up. 10-9, repeat please. Over.
Don't say anything.
10-9, come in, officer. Over.
Remain silent.
Come in, officer. 10-9, repeat message please. Did you misplace your firearm?
Just say you lost your gun. Anything else would only make the situation worse here.
That's affirmative.
He says he doesn't have it.
Dear God, he lost his gun? Oh my, I can't. This isn't really a laughing matter.
Mac can face a giant of Coco Nur by himself, but Disco here made him piss his pants.
Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his... Ask him if he still got his wiener.
Okay, Joker.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over.
I left it at his mama's after I put her ass all night. I mean, that could be a good answer if I knew how good of a friend I am with him. I don't need to listen to this.
The silence is almost deafening after you flick off the switch, severing the connection.
That did not go well. I guess the important thing is that you followed protocol and reported your lost items.
Yes.
Did we need anything else here?
What's up with the toolbox?
A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
Oh, so that's your car. I thought this was my car.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
Take the red-tipped pry bar. Take the rubber-handled chain cutters. Take the hand-cracked flashlight. Push in the pull-out toolbox. I'll take the pry bar.
The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand. Heavier than you'd think. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids.
That's nice. I don't want to take too much.
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook.
Run your fingers over one of the steering levers.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm.
Tap on the fuel preheater.
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
I don't really understand too much about cars, but sure, some engine stuff.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Translation. We're not going anywhere right now. Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC.
Good. So I have a pry bar I could put in my hand. Can I? I'll not have it in my hand for the time being. Track down your badge. Might stumble upon it across the line. Find any information you can on the gun. Maybe a discreet authority like someone high up in the union or someone local you saw you with before you passed out. The Warwing's upset bartender. You could also ask her. The local pawn shop. The girl from the shop I could ask. I haven't been able to find... I actually could have potentially called Sylvie there through the radio. But I'm not gonna do that. That sounds a bit too direct. And I don't feel I need to do that at the moment. And this place is here. I guess I could leave to explore for later. I'll just go for the hangman now. There is a lot to go through here. Damn, I'll just go up then. And before I go to the hangman, I'll ask the shop girl if she saw anything about my gun. Can I get a different dialogue option now with this? Because of the gun?
For something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
No.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything. I don't really know.
No, she doesn't have that dialogue option for the time being, I guess. Alright, give me another minute again. Some coin lying there? Money? Yeah, sure. I'll take it, I guess.
lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine.
Look in the window.
The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What about the back seat?
The back end of the cabin is a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The title reads, Man from Eamdal in the Lost City of the Pygmies.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
Ah, the worry driver we talked about earlier.
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels.
I don't know what paraphernalia is, but probably proclamations. I got a skill. I'm just gonna go pure intellect, I guess, for now. I don't see why I wanna level up any other skill points at the moment. Okay. There's some more gold hanging on there. Alright. Let's check with you.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
The man yells towards the harbor gates. His voice is the loudest of the lot, and oddly screechy for a man his side. The scab leader. What's going on here?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
The broad-shouldered alpha male turns on you. He's a full head taller than everybody else here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
No.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Right to work! Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
What kind of a cause are we talking about? I don't think I've chosen any sides yet. I have some questions for you. I don't think I've chosen. What cause are we talking about?
Rights of people. Rights of workers. To have gainful employment. To make a salary. And feed their families.
Sounds righteous.
His manner of speaking is wooden. The tone of voice bland and uninspired. Almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
Regardless, I haven't chosen any sides.
Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the right to work! Right to work!
Alright, have some questions, buddy.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
The man sitting on the railing. Is he talking about a hangman or?
So do we, Scab.
Come mañana. The loitering man hovers in return. What exactly is your goal?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. You could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard, and I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer, or whatever he is.
Why don't you just talk to them?
Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge.
The man rubbed his jaw. Perfect, lightly bearded square wedge. Who are the stripe breakers walk around?
Honest men and women, with rights, to work, to be useful. Not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If Union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
These people just want to work. I don't see a problem with that.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
Alright, let's leave for now. Oh, this is not the hangman. This is just a man on the terrace. And I think he's I think he was yelling towards him, but no, he's yelling towards the closed door there.
Scab?
I don't know what scab means, but
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
what exactly is a scab?
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses.
Does that mean they're part of the harbor working? That these people don't... That these people are trying to dethrone or something? I don't know. Where did they all come from?
Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think.
You don't seem to like that much.
Gotta be bloody stupid, freaking evil to Scab. Or I guess, scared maybe. But scared of what? Of who?
He looks at the mass, squinting his eyes as he's trying to ascertain what they're scared of.
Personally, I'd rather beg than Scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something.
I will try talking to them.
We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time.
Big guy. He means the leader of the scabs.
Yes, I'm a scab. Wave your fist. I'm not a scab, I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
I've come to Martinez investigating a murder. Wait, weren't we in the or R something? Rojo War?
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
It's actually fun and easy. You're right, it's almost impossible. I'm 91% sure I'll never get it solved. I have no idea what I'm doing. Maybe you want to help me solve it by telling me who did it.
Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me out. Easier that way.
Cap.
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
Why? How did I deduct that? My drama senses, which was a lying sentence, have deducted that for some reason. If he's lying or not. What's behind these gates?
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits.
Does that mean you can let me through the gate?
I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
If it's so simple, why did the scab leader warn you of the guards blocking the way?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Measure who?
Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini Supremacist there. Walk right past him.
Right.
Then press the button to unlock the door. Then go past him again. And you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
So you're saying it's actually quite difficult?
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best Measurehead in a physical confrontation.
No way.
Or you could convert to a Semini Supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
But what do you mean supremacists? The guy there was black. But I thought the supremacists here are the white people. Is it the other way around? Because there was this French guy before that was talking about racism.
Sure.
What's the strike about anyway?
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
Hello.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
Okay. So he told me he didn't kill it, I guess. Wait, how did I end up here anyway? Oh, I used the stairs. And I guess I can keep going up? Before I do that. Greater Reva Show Industrial Harbor. So are we in the Reva Show? Or are we in the Martinez or whatever it was? I'm a bit confused about it. Call me Manana means call me tomorrow unless you're a filthy scam. Interesting. I'm not that. I guess that makes some sense. Though I'm still trying to figure out the game at the moment. And I still haven't found the dead body. But I guess I'm going this way for some reason. Because I have no directions at the moment. In case of a strike, press the button behind guard. Hermetically sealed door, walk by electronic means. No walk picking or kicking this door. Alright. More than enough to please a woman. Hello?
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Eh? Harley Quinn? I'm not gonna size it up. What do you mean my body betrays my degeneracy?
You have succumbed to Al Ghul.
Al Ghul? Ra's al Ghul? The leader of Batman?
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
Al Ghul?
Yes, Al Ghul.
He means alcohol.
Okay, yeah. I was a drunk couple of hours ago.
Correct, my small skull servant. Al-Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison, a parasitic fungus that has colonized your race. It is a trick the desert pygmies played on you for humiliating them and stripping them of their land.
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
The Leumerian people did not invent alcohol. It existed since Neolithic. This explains everything. This has nothing to do with why I'm here. I'm gonna use my logical deduction and correct him here. Because I am playing intellect as my hashtag.
This is a fabrication the alchemists of Yizot and Bashir and the Rolam Al-Ghul have fed your people. Go on believing in it, race loser.
I still don't understand who is which race at the moment.
Why don't you have another drink? Your features are not yet congenitally deformed enough.
Oh yeah, Measurehead.
The babe looks at him with eyes full of admiration. That transcends the merely sexual. Whew. She's lost. I am servant of Algo, but I still need to. I don't have a problem with Algo. I just drink a little on the weekends. Enough, I need you to open the door. I just drink little.
Your mouth moves, but the one who speaks is Al-Ghul. You are but a vessel for the Ghul now. Very little of yourself remains. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Is the ham... Is he still talking? But isn't the ham sandwich race the white people? But why is... But I thought the white people here were the supremacists, with the French guy with the apples was saying something like that. What's up with this supremacy here now? I'm so confused.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Yeah, the guy on the shop. Are they the same? Are they the same? Partners in the same race or something? Yeah, the worry man. This would be a pretty direct big boy thingy, and I'm not a big boy. Let's make this clear.
The ethanol fungus is deep within your nervous system, pulling the strings. You are merely its pupa now. I see no hope for you or your kind.
Alright. That fat race is over there. You're just like him.
Look at my craniology. I am the pinnacle of my haplogroup. The pink blob is a bad example, even of yours. It saddens me. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft.
But what do you mean? He's talking about white people, right? But the French worry guy is also was talking about white people. Am I stupid, or are they talking about two different things, man?
You dominated lesser cultures. like the deformed Himians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Koikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture.
I don't know who the Hemians are, but the Koikos are the Swaff, from what I understood.
You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
This is going nowhere. I don't want to say anything. Going nowhere. I know this guy is keeping their guard. And until I learn something a bit more direct, I don't think I need to do anything here more. Let's explore something else. And we haven't checked here. Is that a trash? Some coin there. I don't know what that is exactly. Is it a truck? Back of a truck maybe? Alright, let's check this guy.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face.
An old woman.
The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile.
I don't know what an ambrotype is, but...
It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter. Some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your...
Grandma? Excuse me, man, I'd like to ask some question.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Grandma.
Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is gray like lead.
Snap.
Wait.
He stops me before I can snap.
She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
Why?
Why? I just told you why.
Okay. Sure. Maybe just trying to live her life. Why tank top? Why was that there and why I would be able to take it? I don't know. I could put that on the shirt category. My shirt is conceptualization, but -1 suggestion. Physical instrument. I'm gonna keep the intellect stuff, I think. Conceptualization. Intellect base +5. Psyche base -1. Okay then.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane."
Let's roll some encyclopedia.
Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, Old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
What is a profligacy? Let me Google that.
Profligacy.
Reckless, extravagance, wastefulness in resources.
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
How do I know this information, but I don't know my fucking name, man? How did they do that?
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
A deplorable farce. Well, it's a whisper, so.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
I don't want to know.
Philip III's ludicrous bronze likeness looks defiantly up into the sky.
Okay then. Humanox. I will went all the way back now to get to the other street. But I thought the hangman was, because the shop owner told me the hangman is on the right when you go out. But maybe he meant going out from this door, so the hangman must be on the right there.
This Post Lavantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front.
Good mail delivery box. I don't need to do any of that. Why would I want to say any of those things to the delivery box? Crack the pavement like an eggshell.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
Makes sense.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Good to know. What about this guy? 2 people.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle.
Gaston Martin.
I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to Angry Hard René first.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
Huh?
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
Are they throwing dice or something?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
No.
No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
Don't get involved in the game. A moment of your time, gentlemen.
Sure, officer. I am René Arnaud. And my specially abled partner here is Gaston Martin. How can we help you?
The man stands tall and proud. Do you know anything about the man hanging in the backyard? You seem to be playing in a crater. I saw the statue of Philip III near or about. The man.
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
Most of the locals?
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
So what is the difference between Martinez and Rochelle? Is one of them a city and the other one is a country, or?
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
I want to nibble on that mustache like a mouse nibbles cheese. Okay, dude.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
Cop is a prerogative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort. What about police women? Do you have a problem? I don't care about that. So you don't know anything?
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
'Tis true, sire. He knows nothing.
Mm-hmm. You seem to be playing.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
What created it?
I do. Fire from heavy artillery.
Crater left by artillery fire, but why?
Why what?
Why was it heavy artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Who are the communists?
Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
Where did this communist come from? In this entire story. I thought the communists were the colas. Did you use artillery fire against them?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
Squeeze the boule in his fist? I don't know what that is.
Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
Mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. What the fuck?
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Why show them here?
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol.
So, Revachol and Martinez, what is the difference?
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
So Martinez is something in the Revachol.
This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Okay.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil.
I still don't understand this political triangle at the moment. I'm trying to pay attention, but there's a lot of work coming at me and I'm still trying to understand the sides and which side is doing what. Okay.
Yes, damn it. I know. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own downfall. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course, they still all influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table.
No, I don't.
Let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
That's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard working class to take over. Foreign powers cleaned up our mess. And now they rule us. Shake your head in shame. This coalition seems quite capable actually. Commies just don't understand how money works. Shake your head in shame.
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned to Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
Clown.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio.
Sounds like a grumpy old man, but with a potentially grumpiness being justified.
This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
You mentioned Guilherme.
A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frisel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
Who was Frisel?
Damn Frisel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
How does Felipe factor into everything?
He doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Ain't got nothing to do with anything.
Okay.
The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
I saw the statue of Felipe near the roundabout. What is it about this old soldier that makes him stand so proud? Composure check. Sure, let's try it. 3% chance.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frisel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frisel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule. and to mourn.
A Joker then.
There's something you missed. You'll get to it. Don't worry.
Okay. Let's move on. Damn, there's a lot to explore here, man. It's a little girl, a man on the war thingy. Book with a pistol and a rose. The things I've seen and said. You have to check on him after. Muscular man. So this is another magazine shop, I guess. Book.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
A young girl with chubby red cheeks waves at you, smiling. Her nose is also red from the cold. Hello.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
What kind of store is this anyway? Is it okay if I ask some questions?
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Mm-hmm.
Books? Postcards? Easy. Even a kid would know all of this.
Doesn't feel inappropriate to lecture her.
Don't be a fool. As an expert, it's your duty to tell what you know to everyone.
Don't tell me what to do.
Sir, are you okay? You've been standing here silently for a while now.
Is it okay if I ask some questions?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
What's your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
So her mom made her be on the outside to advertise. She doesn't have a choice. You're not standing out here in the cold because...
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Should have a word with the store owner maybe. Such a good trooper you are, already learning the value of hard work. I could help by brutally dismantling the free market. I'll pat her on the head.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store.
Yeah, man. It's not bad. She's not doing anything too heavy. And if she has a problem, she can ask her mom to call back, I guess. Shouldn't be at school or something.
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Sounds righteous. What is school anyway?
School? Well, mine is a big yellow building on Boogie Street, and the people there run it. They say it's a charity.
I cannot back from those two. Isn't going to school more important?
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
How's the business going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
What way cursed?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
bankrupt?
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
This sounds rather serious. I should probably look into this, narrow your eyes and look through the cracking boards on the window. Oh, if it's just to narrow my ass, fine. If I don't need to overstep.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir.
How does this curse manifest?
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing weather.
Fine.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir?
Failed businesses?
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there.
Ain't enough.
Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
What is this crime business?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Okay.
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a policeman myself.
You don't look much like a policeman.
So how does a cup look like then?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
This is the second time Dick Mullen is being said. Is he like a policeman star in a book or something? She points to a book cover on which you see a strapping Vespertine officer. He stands grimly over the body of a dead woman. I was exactly like that, but decided to live a little. You know, nobody actually looks like that guy in the picture. That's just a stupid fantasy of a man. It's not your body that's important in police work. Anyway, it's your point to your head. Wow, look at the guy. I'll never be as good as Mullen. Actually, I had another question. Point to my head.
Head? Yes.
Not head, child. Heads.
Eh? I'm so confused about that. Flexibility. There are millions of different people out there and you have to get into their heads. Sometimes you gotta be the killer to catch the killer.
Isn't that very dangerous?
Policemen live and breathe danger, little girl. Mullen obviously lacks the chameleonic skill.
Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
What is romance? I'm not gonna ask that. Who are these famous people? I'm not gonna ask that. You can stop calling me sir, I am but a working man. Okay, I'm going to deduce something now. Huh? What am I deducing here? Alright, let's ask more though. I'm not sure what this policeman is on about. I didn't feel like there's anything to deduce here, but... Literate? What do you mean that I'm literate? What is romance?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
What about a poor man getting a rich lady? Eh? Now we're talking. What about when both of the men are bad? What about when everyone is poor? What about a book where the man and the lady business doesn't work out at all? I'm gonna ask the first.
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
Yeah, that could also be a thing.
Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
Alright, that's enough romance.
Maybe some about other books?
Did my chance grow here? What are these famous people?
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
Right. You can stop calling me sir.
No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it all the time. It's nice of you to say I could stop, though.
This face. Okay, yeah, when the next person comes, you have to sir or ma'am them again. Sir it is then. Why would I point my face though? That sounds a bit creepy. Alright, soldier on.
By your command.
Alright, let's try this chance thing, I don't know.
You fail to deduce anything substantial. She waits intently.
I deduce that you're a girl, that you're very small. Actually, I'm sorry, I can't deduce anything. Sure, you're very small.
Come on, don't be silly. That's not a proper deduction.
No, it is what it is. Bye. Let's check your mama.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Heimdall somewhere.
Heimdall. Walk through the books.
Rows and rows of Heimdall men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Heimdall and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Heimdall. Return to Heimdall. And the solipsistic Man from Heimdall and the Heimdall Man.
Good God.
Maybe 100. Man from Heimdall and the sages at the end
Enough.
of the display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Heimdall novels.
Do any of these books call out to me? Nah.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Look through the pile.
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a pick-your-path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books?
Anything that catches my eye?
There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense.
I'll pass. Not that I have any money. Let's check the other 4 before we talk to the woman.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
I'm gonna ignore for now. Don't wanna be rude.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over.
Alright.
plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
Mm-hmm.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
But I thought Martinez was in Revachol or something, man. Look at the map of Revachol.
The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction.
So...
To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East.
So Revachol is a city? Or an island?
Huron. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forburg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst. You feel you're just west of Coal City, somewhere above Jamrock and close to Coal City.
Okay.
It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there.
Could be useful. I'm not gonna ask to buy it at the moment though. Only if I feel like I need it.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Alright. There was some talking about the curse, so I'm gonna go through those books here.
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind.
Okay.
The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
Paranormal though? What does have to do with that?
Various paranatural books still litter the shelf.
Okay. Another boring book just discarded there. Alright, let's talk to the... What is this? Everyone knows the most interesting thing about fascists was their magic. Fascists?
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance.
Okay.
Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
You seem to be well off enough. Can you give me some money? No. So are you the owner of this store?
I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
The girl outside mentioned that this place is cursed. Your daughter is the one standing outside the store, right?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yes.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Ten.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
The way you're handling her strikes me as wrong. Anita is quite a trooper. She's a great value add. I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor. Anita is the trooper.
As a young girl should be, with the proper attitude, she'll have a bright financial future.
Okay.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Suspicious. Curse.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What in God's name is she talking about?
Let me ask about the curtain again then.
You see a tattered set of curtains.
What's behind the curtains?
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
No.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books.
Well, there is no magic in this world so far as I know, so.
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Examine the trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you.
That is definitely very disturbing and suspicious.
This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses. Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south.
So she is trying to protect herself from a curse. Sorry, I clicked there a bit earlier.
Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
I kinda wanna know what's behind, but she asked me not to do it. But I am a cop, I guess, so I guess I don't have a proper document to walk around her place though. So any of you in the chat know what would be the drill here if I'm a cop? Can I go just and start rummaging around people's houses? I don't have authority to do that, right? If I'm not being pushy. I guess I could go a little bit like... go with my guts. And if I find something, then boom. Ah, so you were good. There is definitely something fishy going around here. But I don't think it's probably that big of a deal. I'm gonna leave it for now. If my investigation leads me to here, I might pull it. But I have no reason to do it at the moment. This has this guy. What's going on here? I'm the job for every man. Listen, boy, I don't start trouble, I fix it. I've been kicked out of every joint in the Revan show. What's that? Yellow plastic bag. Oh, that's for the shop to get some coin potentially. Equip this to collect terror from the streets. That sounds good. Potentially. Why cannot I equip it? Alright, double click, I guess. I'll just collect some on the way. Even though
This
that kind of works.
coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
Walk inside.
A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onug written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. That's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. You know this to be the Star of Periconesus, or the Cairo, the central symbol of the Periconesian Church, a star, a great moral height to be strived towards.
So a cult or something.
The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows.
Hey Leolis. I just started this game 3 hours ago, and I still haven't done the first thing on the objective. There's so much dialogue and characters, and I kind of just want to get a good picture about everything. I still need to get to this hanged man. Ay, ay, ay. I'm not taking all the dialogues, but you know, just like some base stuff, I guess.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
I'll pass on that for the moment. Where are these bottles getting collected anyway? Are they in my bag? 3 bottles, okay. I still don't know if I'm in Martinez or I'm in Rocher or whatever. I am having a hard time making a distinction between those two places.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Conceptualization? Why am I looking at this wall? Sure, 3% chance. Doesn't it tell the map? What map? Is there a map on this game?
You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinez, weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
What? The game didn't tell me that I can look at the map. You're the first one telling me. We should be getting closer to the hangman, I think. Oh! Martinez, you say? Wait a second. Journal. Map. What do you mean incomplete? How did I just see the map, man? I'm a bit confused here. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know, when I click map, this thing pops up. At the bottom? Where? This is the journal. And I'm clicking on map. There's nothing to click here. Yeah, we just saw it. It's not there anymore. I was offered in the shop to buy a map, but I refused. It's normal not to be able to see the map until you acquire a map. Yes. That makes sense. So I definitely wonder why I did see a map. Seems like a small bug. 1 minute, please. What about here? Why is there random coins in this shelf? In magnesium. I don't know, I guess I'll take it. Ah, there's the hangman. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Garden hose.
It's been a week and now they show up.
Balcony. Smoker upstairs could be a witness. I'm not gonna go to him yet. Orange bomb hat. -1 rhetoric. I don't want that. I wonder if I would be able to sell some of the items at some point. Suspiciously closed door. Okay. What about you, boy?
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
No.
Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
I guess that happens when I put all my points in logic.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out.
Pig? I'm gonna go logic on her. Are you sleeping?
Don't get fucking clever with me, pig.
What?
You think you're so clever.
Oi.
Trying to sneak up on me.
I guess I have to go the other way around.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Main hall, Andrew Orlando, Artemif, 24-hour window, Emma Fashion Atelier, Fabron's Taxi, Slipstream, Fortress, Accident, River Show, I City, Main hall, Building B, East Delta, I don't recognize any of those things potentially that could help me from paying attention at the moment. A kid's ladder. That doesn't sound good. Wouldn't wait a grumpy man. Grown man.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth.
Yeah, it's because of the cold.
You seem to be holding your breath.
Sure, walk down.
A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in, even through your clenched nostrils.
Why is it so bad? Let go of your nose without throwing up. That seems unnecessary with so low chance to roll for. Though, in real life, I generally endure smells, so I'm gonna take the chance.
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within.
No, don't let it out. No. This was...
Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet, and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
God.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it.
Thanks.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head.
What is ammonia getting used for? Isn't that bad? I'm not sure. I don't need that shit.
Sure you do. You just threw up a lot. If you can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor.
But not you?
I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell, unlike you.
Mm-hmm.
That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell. If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fridge store nearby.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Okay, that sounds good. I can get a check enhancement from the gardening girl. Ammonia. I don't know what ammonia is exactly, but
Hello again, officer. How are things?
salts.
Sure. I'm done with them.
I'm poor of ammonia.
Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
Did I just consume it? There we go. Do I put it somewhere? Or do I keep it in my inventory? I have no idea what ammonia is. We do have something here in Bulgarian called ammoniac, but I don't remember what it did.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
I wonder if I can improve my check even more. Let's ask the kid in this thingy here first. 70% is not good. A light above the ceiling. Ammonia is a inorganic component of nitrogen and hydrogen with the formula NH3. Stable binary in the simplest nitrogen hydride. Ammonia is a colorless gas with a distinct pungent smell. This doesn't tell me enough.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says whirling in rags.
Ah, so it's like the trash container of the cafeteria there.
There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still.
Okay. Why do I want to talk to it though? My brain already told me what's there. Why is this option here? Yeah, ammoniac is the same, but I don't remember what ammoniac was for. I'd kid.
Kuno's got this.
Boy throwing rocks at the dead body can be older than 12.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a gremlin.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno.
Nappa Kimpy? What does that even mean? Moment of your time?
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing rocks.
Is Finnish? But I thought we were in France, Bertia. What the fuck?
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about.
No.
Yeah, Kuno, ride the lightning, Kuno.
These kids drugging themselves. What's going on here?
Kuno's riding it, see?
He wipes his sweat from his brow and sends another rock.
The rake, Kuno. You should throw the rake at him, Kuno.
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
So how do you know it's a garden into? What should we do, Kim?
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces.
What forces?
You will see.
The language these kids are using, pure unfettered id. There will be no reasoning with those creatures.
Hey, you kid siblings.
The fuck are you talking about?
The fuck? He kinda sounds UK a bit.
He's calling us Kuno. He says we're fucking each other.
What? Wait, what? I said siblings. What does that have to do with fucking each other? Are you guys from Alabama or something, man?
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
What? Boy! I guess that would not be good for an officer, though.
Irregular speech patterns, overconfidence. Could this kid be...
Yes!
This warrants further investigation into this, Kuno.
Forget the hangman. I wanna know what this kid is on. And this is definitely against the law, my good sir. I cannot ask him about that. Alright. What do you know about it?
Shitload pig. What's your question?
About the body acid.
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno.
Huh?
Pig's choking. He's totally choking.
Kim, help me out here.
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
But I was trying to ask about the body.
The usual being, have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Or have you seen anything suspicious?
Do you know who he was?
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
So you don't know anything?
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. Trying to make the Kuno sing into the popo phone.
What? Do you know how he got up there?
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno? Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
What is the difference between Martinez and Revachol, man?
I don't know. Some fucking...
He walks around trying to come up with something.
Mesco, or I don't know, some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
Night City? Wake the fuck up, samurai. Oh, yeah.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Oh, did they make cyberpunk from a book? There is no other way these things are connected, if it's not the case. Where is Night City?
Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Kuno didn't smoke the gimp, if that's what you meant.
Thanks, Kuno. That's one name you can now cross off the list.
Have you seen anyone suspicious around?
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
We're police officer.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
Is this another Finnish curse word that I'm being told again? Ah.
Looks like you're a fagari now, whatever that means. The suspicious question doesn't really work in antagonistic situations.
What do these two words mean, Vertia, in simpler, less offensive terms? This one and the previous one. Calls me a gay. Oh, it's like a it's like the F word. Okay. F word. Earlier was bullseye. I don't know what that means exactly.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
You're testing my patience, Joker.
Get lost.
Again, these kids need to get checked for drugs ASAP. Do you kids often play in this yard?
Right, pig? This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it?
Yeah, that is a bullseye, but I don't know how that's a curse word though. What's with this ladder about?
Look at that fucking shit! You're trying to get Kuno killed!
So it's unclimbable?
Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
Huh? Oh, maybe because his first suspicion was that the ladder would be climbable by kids, and he knows that it's not anymore? No, but the girl said another finished thing before that you laughed about as well.
It's a trap, Kuno! Don't climb it, Kuno!
What's in the greenhouse over there?
Dunno. Kipta's gardener used to work there.
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Areopagite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Areopagites of Ilmara. Not so much anymore.
You didn't miss it, Vartia. You were laughing about it. Ay, ay, ay. Hold on. Gardener used to work there? You mean the young woman by the gardener? Used?
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno.
Okay.
Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
He looks you in the eye and nods, as if agreeing with himself.
Yeah, her. What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What kind of gardening is done in March?
I don't know. I don't know how gardening works. Do you plant seeds during the winter or?
Fish is sometimes used to fertilize the soil a few weeks before planting something. Maybe she was preparing the garden beds.
I guess I could ask her about that.
Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that. Suspicious.
If my logic is pointing me towards something suspicious, I guess I'll follow it. Trash container.
Don't be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig.
What is it there?
Fuck does Kuno care about your hunch? That's your shit. You figured it out.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Who is Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno, pig.
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Gang name? Interesting. You refer to yourself in the third person to distance yourself from the situation. So you refer yourself in the third person. Gang name? Distance yourself.
Kuno doesn't do that smart shit. Don't throw that book shit at Kuno. Kuno knows you're lying. Trying to get Kuno hooked on the book.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you!
The thing behind the fence starts squealing. Violent like a Farawar.
Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
What? I'm not doing anything.
Everybody, please! He's sticking his dick out!
The fuck?
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Pig's in here, Kuno! Somebody, please!
Hey, Yoni. I still don't know what's going on here, but I'm trying to investigate and these Joker kids are in the way.
How did we get here? How did this happen? This makes no sense. There may still be a way out. Just appeal to his reason.
Be logical? What is this sick charade? Who put you up to this? Are you high right now? Physical? No. I'm gonna go with my high stats logic. I haven't done anything to you.
Fucking logical! Help! The logical pig is fiddling Kuno!
Man, this Joker, man. What is this sick charade?
No! Get off Kuno, you sick fat fuck!
The nearly psychopathic way they could slip in and out of the act implies you're not the first victim.
Mm-hmm. Who put you up to this?
No one. Kuno's doing this because he likes it, pig.
This is where Kuno establishes dominance.
What?
Over you.
No, it doesn't.
Change your plan. You can't let that happen. It will make things harder down the line. You may end up missing crucial information.
Indeed. Are you high?
Help! Misters, help! He's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals! If you don't help Kuno now, it'll be too late!
I don't want to be physical with this guy, man. Even though he's annoying, he's just a kid. It's a bad idea.
Look.
Why did it escalate? Huh? Kuno whispers even softer than before, vanishingly silent.
For emphasis, a ghost is saying this. A shit-eating psychopathic ghost with an ace up his sleeve.
I'm a bit confused about that.
I know you wanted to hit me. You got that I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look that Kuno's dad gets. The murder look. The rage look.
So your dad beats you?
Relax. He can't read your mind. He doesn't know you were thinking that.
How do I get back to it? I want to go back to that thought. No.
I know what you thought. I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up. I'm gonna shut that shit down. You know what? You should have, because now
What again? You getting raped?
you're nothing. You're a joke to Kuno. Kuno laughs at you. King Kuno!
The fuck?
Kuno turned you into his prison, bitch! You're gonna be in this shit with Kuno!
What's going on here? I'm just holding my ground here and these people are just piling up on me, man. This kid. What the fuck?
No, you're not. We can just leave.
Bitch, you're gonna be in this shit with Kuno forever!
A peepo is a type of hat, by the way.
Whatever.
Okay. Kuno is kind to his bitch. Ask your questions, but remember, this changes shit.
Click, 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 click!
I already asked these questions. And I have a 3% chance empathy. Figure out what's going with this kid. Sure, even a small chance could be fine. Though I don't really want to use empathy. I don't think this kid deserves to be have empathy towards him, but I want to do it just to be curious about it.
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
Hey Kuno, think you can turn the Kuno down for a moment? Let's talk like normal people. Kuno, listen, I know this is boundary pushing thing is new to you, but it's old news for us grown-ups. Kuno, you must have seen all kinds of things throwing stones here. Wanna help the Elysium bust a murderer? No, Ruiner, we're still doing investigation. This is going slow. I don't want this guy to think that he's on my side, so I'm not gonna go with this. Grown-ups, I guess.
Get your snout out of Kuno's ass. Kuno knows how hard Kuno pushes it. Kuno pushes it hard level. You should give up, Popo, or the Kun will keep fucking it out of you.
I don't think it's this guy, but it could be his dad. Back him up. I definitely have some suspicions that this kid is on drugs, though.
Are you okay, Kuno?
You should give up or the kun will keep fucking it out of you. Kun, what is that?
That went wrong. He took it as a compliment. Then he had a minor seizure.
I'm confused. We're not gaining any.
Doesn't fucking care.
We're not getting anything more from this kid. Our closest lead at the moment is asking the gardener about this weird gardening that she's been doing. See what's up with that.
Hello again, officer. How are things?
Tell me what exactly have you been doing in your greenhouse in March?
Well, this might be the last snow we get. At least I hope so.
What does that have to do with gardening? Can I do that? I didn't know I could go on the balcony, little less. But yes, I do have one show at the moment. How do I get there?
Snow has nutrients in it. Helps everything green up in the spring. At least that's what my grandma always told me.
I haven't heard anything that grows from snow. I'm confused. Yeah, we're absorbing the snow nutrients with our sock. Just like the gardener is suggesting.
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow.
What? Why would I want to do that, brain? Visual calculus? Disingenuous grandma? What did this check even do? Does that mean I'm being suspicious towards her? Alright, sure.
Stop looking at her. Look around. What do you see?
What are you talking about? The traffic jam, the plaza, an entrance to the yard. Sure, maybe that's important.
That's right. And the canal, the bookstore, the harbor gates. This is a great vantage point for keeping an eye on you.
What does that have to do with anything? Are you by any chance keeping an eye on us?
No, of course not. I don't understand what this is about.
Why would she tell me that even if she did? He has chat Sigma stare.
The kid did this, right? The red-haired rat? Can't say a sentence without or kipped. He's always giving me trouble.
Yes. You think a shoe made the hole in your window? I don't even know what's up with this window and balcony and stuff, man. I guess I'll have to go back and check on that again.
Maybe you shouldn't be. I mean, you do your job, but that kid is beyond help. And he certainly won't help you.
This is where we agree on something, my good lady.
You've been resting here for quite a while, haven't you?
Aha! That is true. But I guess she did say that she cannot go back to the greenhouse because of the hangman stench. Or maybe because she was taking a break? Because she couldn't handle the stench for a long time?
Yes, I'm tired.
I understand. The RCM isn't welcome here, and the locals want to keep an eye on us.
There's silence, the smallest of smiles.
Told you that she had to take a break from the gardening because of the cadaver smell, but what if she was lying? After all, what kind of gardening is done in March? Sounds suspicious, but...
That's okay, miss. Do what you have to do. I think we're done here. Let's go.
She's watching me? Yeah, cause I'm talking to her. What is this fuck the police thingy as an option anyway? I don't know, I guess I'll ask.
Excuse me?
I don't understand either. Why would I ask her such a thing?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning.
Oh, the string side. Okay.
Oh. Well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here.
The pig sign is probably the kids did it.
Okay.
Alright. I put all my points in intellect and logic. That's my build at the moment. Yeah, there is a shoe there. How the fuck do I get there? Yes, that is exactly what I am. A nerd with no social skills. This wasn't open before. It said that it opened at 1 o'clock. Maybe I should check it as well. Yeah, motorics 1. I'm not very athletic and acrobatic in real life either. That's why I did that. This was the smoking girl place. I don't want to visit there.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
Nah. Oh, there's the balcony door. I didn't even see that. I'm not saving anything. I'm just going on autosaves. Why do I need to save? I didn't seduce her at all. I'm like, bye. Why would I seduce her? I just came back from amnesia. Like, seducing women isn't my first priority. I need to understand who I am, where I am, and what's going on here, man. Ooh, now the two shoes make a set with some stats. What does composure do? Keep your poker face. Yeah, that sounds like a skill I could have.
There they both are. Two identical shoes. Both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin. Reunited on your feet.
I didn't even know I had that as a task. What the fuck?
Like two baby crocodiles.
They do not look like normal cop shoes.
It's pretty clear a normal cop is not what you are. Good, they're balanced, comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now. Truth.
Okay. No. I'm not good at seducing women in real life. So I'm not gonna be doing that either here. And I'm only gonna try to seduce a woman that I feel is gonna be the right woman for me. And that smoker girl definitely isn't. Seduce Kim? I don't know about that. What do you mean you're not good at going at the toilet? There is no such thing. Wait a second. This bed wasn't like that when I left it. Clickable.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Good to know, I guess. Alright, let's check this kitchen situation here, I guess. I don't know why. Why not? Chemical smelling dishes. I don't think it's right to be robbing their cabinet here of coin. At least the other coin was in random street places.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook.
I didn't even know. I didn't even see there were bottles in my room. I think I saw them earlier when I started the game, but they were just clickable for text. I didn't even saw them now when I was there again. I guess I'll go back again. Ay, ay, ay. Gorazi Quebec. Sounds like a Turkish name.
As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Goranci and Quebec. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Goranci Quebec. Please. It's not funny.
Is it me or this notification when they pops up? It sounds like a Facebook notification. Do you hear that shit? Hi, Gorasi. I have some questions. Mr. Quebec? Hello, sir.
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
You have some impressive pots there.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
I don't think I need anything else. Stay masculine? Why would I say stay masculine? What does that have to do with anything? Stay righteous, yeah.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
Try to push the door.
The door does not budge.
Touch!
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every. It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. Whatever is behind it must be older.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
It's part of the whirling in rags. There's something about this place that makes me want to know. Out of duty, we may find something pertinent to the investigation. Yeah, that would be my choice of investigating this door.
Yes, I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation.
It's hardly a side investigation. You already have a name for it.
Mini side investigation? No, the door is a mega investigation. I'm calling it behind the blue door. The door and the main investigation will merge into a stereo investigation.
If you say so. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Another quest. I am still nowhere close to anything about this hangman though. What is this bottles you were guys talking about? This one? Is that a bottle there? No. Oh, okay. Well, that's just one bottle there. How do I know which one to pick? They're not highlighted in green. I did get an arm icon on them, I guess. But this one I cannot pick on the ground. This is a bolo, right? Ay, ay, ay. Oi.
Can I help you?
I've seen something.
What thing?
I saw a sign that said mess hall is reserved for the Union. There's a mysterious blue steel door.
Oh yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Do you know what's behind?
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just the frit warehouse, probably.
He is here. He is not usually the guy that is here. It's a girl, so.
Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
But how is he supposed to know what's there if he's just covering for the Sylvie girl? Even though it might sound suspicious. I think you like to know what's back there. Let him get to pretend. I think you'd like to know.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage.
No, but he's managing here because Sylvie... Oh wait, maybe he is the manager, but Sylvie is just the bartender and he's managing the bar for her. But he's actually the manager of the entire place. Ah.
So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Okay. I saw a sign.
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
What?
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be here tomorrow.
There are these things called days. You sleep between them. He's saying they'll come after you've slept. Just making clear you got that.
That's a hint.
What?
You feel like you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Yeah. I saw another thing.
Another thing?
No, I
Great.
didn't.
Yes.
Bye. They gather in the mess hall. On a different day. Okay. Guys, I'm stopping it here. It's been 4 hours. I'll continue next week. Wednesday? What, today is Thursday, right? Yeah, next Wednesday we're gonna continue from where exactly we stopped. I'm not gonna play in my free time. So nothing is skipped. I'll do a save, I guess, for whatever reason. Rest the boy. I don't know what we're gonna do. We have a lot of tasks, and none of them seem to be leading towards the hangman in any substantial way. My biggest suspect at the moment is the gardening girl, But I don't think she killed him. I think she's just hiding something. And the kid needs to be tested for drugs. That's all my deductions for the moment. Ay, ay, ay. That does make a lot of sense, Ruiner. But maybe she is like a hidden mafia leader that ordered muscular men to do it. Anyway. I'm not gonna be rating anything. I'm gonna end it like that. Thank you for watching. Till next time, stay righteous.